Good morning. The hearing board is in session. Today is Friday, December 16th, 2016. We're meeting in the hearing room at SCAQMD headquarters in Diamond Bar. And we have a continuing matter, SCAQMD versus Aircraft Heat Treating Company, Inc., Aniplex Corporation, and Does 1 through 100, case 6066-1. Who's representing Executive Officer this morning?
William Wong on behalf of the Executive Officer.
And representing Aircraft.
Ivan Tether for Aerocraft, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
And Tom Wood for Aerocraft.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and hearing board members. I want to start off by first, of course, thanking the hearing board members for actually coming in on Friday. I know the day is dark typically, so we do appreciate that, particularly battling this rather unusual hurricane-like conditions here in the South Coast Basin. But, you know, as they always say, we need the rain, so that's fine. We also want to thank, we have been working with the attorneys for Aircraft, and we have actually crafted something to address their concerns, which we'll present today. And we certainly thank them for staying up and working with us and reaching an amicable solution. So we do have a stipulated order for the board to approve and issue today. I have introduced a new set of findings and decisions to incorporate this change. We have also taken the liberty to make the corrections the hearing board made yesterday. So those changes should be reflected in the new findings and decisions. I also took the liberty of making some typographical changes that the board may have not caught. So they're really minor, so it has nothing substantive, but there was like something with that last, missed a quote and words were separated. So I made those changes too. So I will have Mr. McMillan explain the recent change and then allow Aircraft, obviously, the opportunity to say anything. But let me, Mr. McMillan still was sworn in yesterday under, he took the oath, and I assume that continues. So I will ask Mr. McMillan to will you please explain the change that was made last night?
Before we do that, I'm going to give Mr. Tether an opportunity to address the board with an opening. You wish to, any comment?
Only to thank you all for being here. Thank the district, Mr. Wong, Mr. McMillan, and Mr. Weiss for working with us. And also thank the district for its pledge to consider our input about factors that are beyond Aerocraft's control that affect the ambient readings at Monitor 8. And that's a great deal of that is reflected in the change to paragraph 3 on page 9, which I believe Mr. McMillan will speak about. So we are pleased to have come to a resolution, and I think that's all I need to say right now. We have a witness here if the board should have questions about the plant or the 22 measures, but as we have reached an agreement, I don't know if, well, whatever is the pleasure of the board. We thank you. Anything else, Tom?
Okay, the first thing I need to do is mark the proposed findings we received this morning. Madam Clerk, what's the next in order?
That would be Exhibit 13.
We'll mark the findings and decision distributed by Mr. Wong as exhibit number 13. We're going to go off the record for a moment to read it before giving Mr. McMillan an opportunity to tell us what it says.
Very good.
We're back on the record. Mr. Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're going to have Ian McMillan, who had testified earlier and was sworn in to explain the change. Oh,
Let me swear in anybody.
oh,
else
so
who's-
swear more people. Very good.
Those who will be testifying, please rise to be sworn in. Raise your right hand. Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you. Mr. McMillan, you were the same Mr. McMillan who testified yesterday. Is that correct?
As far as I know.
Okay, very good. So would you please explain to the board the recent change made, the recent substantive change made to this proposed findings and decisions in order?
Sure. It's actually all contained within paragraph 3 of the order on page 9. And it's actually just in a couple of sentences at the beginning. Really what this includes is on any day that there is an exceedance, and we would be notifying Aerocraft that there is this exceedance, by 3:30 p.m. of that day that we would notify of this exceedance, we would send written notice to Aerocraft that we are planning to make this determination, and then we would also initiate a phone call at 5:30 p.m. On that same day so that we could discuss our findings with them, and that would also give them an opportunity to provide any information to us that we might want to consider before we would issue this curtailment order to them. That's about it.
Mr. Tether, any questions of Mr. McMillan?
No, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Mr. McMillan, at present, Aircraft is not violating any rule of the district other than perhaps, what, the ones that alleged in the proposed order?
Mr. Chair, Mr. McMillan is not part of the enforcement staff, so he's really not qualified to talk about any violations that Aircraft may have now.
Do you have a witness who can testify to that?
I will have to call them down. Would you like to wait a little bit while we?
Well, let's proceed in questions for Mr. McMillan, but yes, I would like
Okay,
to hear that.
all right.
Mr. Chair, if I may, we have not been informed, just so that you're aware, of any violations at the facility by the Air District other than the alleged nuisance violation that's stated in the petition for the order for abatement. So this would be news to us if there is anything else.
Okay. Appreciate the comment. Mrs. Brusek.
Mr. McMillan, the discussion that is contemplated in condition 3, would that include any evidence other than what is stated in the remainder, or the remaining conditions of the order, which would include any Aircraft's own sampling devices under the sampling and analysis plan, et cetera?
I don't think that we limit ourselves to what is contained within this order. For example, if there's some vital piece of information that Aircraft could share with us that we should consider. So as an example, perhaps they were completely shut down already for the past week, and that's not really contained within the order. That would be important information for us to consider. And so I think we're leaving it open, but although certainly there are a number of provisions in here that provide opportunities for extra information.
Okay, and just so we have an idea, that was a good example. Are there any other examples that that you can think of that that were discussed, or that you think would come up that would come into play in that condition?
I think my anticipation is that most of the discussion will probably be about monitoring data and what we have seen with the monitoring data. And so that is largely contained in here, but I don't want to limit what the discussion might entail.
Sure, of course. No, thank you.
Anyone else have a question? Doctor?
Thank you for all coming here this morning in the rain. The question I have, is there any easy way of obtaining some of the data? I want to know the magnitude above which the minimum was exceeded of hexachromium. You know, there were 3 areas that were,
Okay.
thank you.
But don't put this on the web.
This is from the web.
Okay. Just to, yes, there is a way. Essentially, we do publish on the website the monitoring results from the various monitors we have located. And so you can even see on the web, and everyone can see on the web, if there is an exceedance of 1. Of course, that will be published after we do this discussion and determination that there is truly an exceedance of 1.
What I was hoping is that we might be able to see some tabular form of this if it were handy.
Well, if you want.
If it's not handy, I can live for,
Yeah, I can provide you what we have published on the web from October 15th to December 8th, if the board would like that.
Yeah, what is that you published?
This is basically the monitoring results of hexavalent chromium in the various sites we have, which includes the sites for both Anaplex and Aerocraft, but other sites too, so it's not just limited to those 2.
that would be very helpful to me.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, great.
There's 15 there.
Okay.
Sorry, thank you. Exhibit 14, maybe?
Mr. Wong has distributed a chart, and on the reverse side is the map. The chart is titled Hexavalent Chromium Monitoring Results, nanograms per cubic meter, and we'll mark that as petitioner's exhibit number 14. We'll go off the record for a moment to read it. Oh, Ms. Prusek?
The one in question that's closest to Aerocraft is Site 8, is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, that's correct. So Aerocraft is located, most of the, what we believe are, most of the hexavalent chromium emissions are probably coming just to the west of Site 8. Aerocraft also is on the east side of that street as well. So there are some operations on the east side of that street, but most of it we believe is to the west of Site 8, and typically winds blow from the west.
Okay, wait, so, and they're on the, you said that Aerocraft is on the east side.
Aircraft is most of the emission sources we believe are to the west of Site 8. They are on both sides of the street, and they have some operations on the east side that may generate hexachrome, but most of it we think recently certainly is from the west side.
Okay, and can you just quickly tell me, where is this monitor, and how close is it to Aerocraft? Meaning, like, is it
Sure.
middle of the street? What can you explain a little bit?
So we have a new sampling setup out there that we've tried for the first time and found it to be quite successful, where we have these small sampling devices about yay big that we can mount on utility poles. And so it's sitting 10, 12-ish feet high, and it's on a utility pole right there at the sidewalk, essentially on the fence line of the facility. And so the location there at Site 8, it's generally underneath where that circle is.
And is the fence line of that facility the fence line of another facility, or how close is it to these other facilities, just so we have a real idea?
Sure. So for Aerocraft, it would be Site 8 would be on the eastern fence line of that portion of their property. But if you go directly across the street to the east, that is also their property. So it's in a public right-of-way, this monitor. But there are some, the boundaries of the facility aren't drawn here. So if you go a little bit to the south on the east side, there is another property there as well that's not theirs. To the north, north and northeast, those are different properties as well.
And what about west? Because
Sure,
the wind blows from the west, is that right?
The wind typically blows from the west. You'll see that there's sort of a bright north-south building sort of halfway between 11 and 8. Mm-hmm. And correct me if I'm wrong, that is also Aerocraft. And to their fence line is to the west of that bright white building. Then you get another building with a right angle on it on the corner. That is the next property.
And is that also a source of chromium,
Our
of hexavalent chromium?
Our belief right now is that the two primary sources of hexavalent chromium in this area are Anaplex and Aerocraft, that they are the primary substantial contributors to the values that we've seen at these monitors located here.
Okay, and just one other question, and this isn't to be used against Anaplex, but given the assertions that have been made about contributions to this monitor on Aircraft's part, where is Anaplex?
Anaplex is located just west of sites 14 and 15.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
I don't mean to ask a silly question, but I just want to confirm that what we're seeing, if I hold this in the
North
know,
is
that's-
up.
landscape
Why
is
don't we
north is at
put
the
it on
top,
that device there so we can,
just wanted to make sure north was at the top, and I wasn't holding it the wrong way. I don't, because I'm not familiar with any of these streets, so.
can we expand a little bit? Can you expand, is there a mechanism to
There's a
expand?
button on there somewhere.
So north is going up, right? So this would be Anaplex. This would be Anaplex right in here. And this would be Aerocraft right over here, with some additional operations just over here to the east.
So it's on both sides of Minnesota?
Correct.
Okay. I thought you meant Madison. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Bruce?
And you think that the ambient air, so I know yesterday we talked about not taking out the ambient baseline, but given all of the facilities around this area, you think that the ambient baseline is probably higher than usual or than average throughout the basin?
I think that could be true. I think what we have seen, though, is that on some days when most of the facilities are shut down, and we can go through some of the details if you like in this table. For example, we collected data on Thanksgiving when nearly everybody was shut down. Almost all the monitors dropped substantially to very close to what we find as background throughout the basin. In addition, Site 16 here, farthest in the west, typically shows very low values. It's sort of the most upwind site. We tend to find very low values there. They're much closer to what we see as typical background. Again, day by day gets a little different. But I think what we see typical background throughout the basin is a value of about 0.03 to 0.11 nanograms per cubic meter across the basin from our MATES 4 study, and that's about the range that we're seeing here too, if we would think about what is typical background.
Bless you. I thought I saw a different number than 0.03.
0.06, I think, is what was cited in here, which is the average, I think, of what is the MATES 4 background.
Okay. Can you also point out on this map where, I know you were mentioning the nearest residents yesterday and
Sure.
what the risk would be to them from 1 nanogram at the sensor?
Sure. So the closest resident is closest to Site 7. You see Site 7 is here. If you go just to the north, there's a little property here. You see a little green tree and a little dirt lot. That's actually a single-family home right there. That is the closest resident to both, or to Aerocraft.
Show me the residence again, I was
Sure,
looking.
so Site 7 is here. So just to the northwest, essentially kitty corner across the street from Site 7 is where this closest single-family home is. We've confirmed there are people living there. And what we had found is that the typical difference in concentration between the monitored levels at Site 8 and the monitored levels at Site 7 are about a ratio of 5. It bounces around, but it's roughly 5-fold difference between Site 8 and Site 7,
Site 8 is 5 times higher than 7,
typically.
typically.
So with that relationship, then if it's 1.0 at Site 8, that would mean that Site 7 would be roughly 0.2. And 0.2 nanograms per cubic meter is approximately a residential cancer risk of 100 chances per million, assuming a typical residential exposure prolonged over many, many years.
But just to be clear, that risk is only from the sources around that 1 meter, the site number 8, but they potentially have cumulative risks from other sites that are.
So the monitor is picking up wherever the emissions are coming from. So a monitor can't on its own necessarily tell you where the emissions are coming from. What we do see is this very clear relationship of increasing concentrations approaching aircraft, and so I'm just going to focus on them for right now. So for example, you see monitors 8, 9, and 10. 10 is typically a lot lower than 9, which is a lot lower than 8. 18 usually is maybe a little more elevated, but it's usually lower than 8 as well. 7 is lower. If you move farther east to the 17, it's lower. Farther north, it gets lower as well. So you get this typical bullseye pattern when you look at this data, which is very indicative of what happens near sources. I will mention, I know this is not about Anaplex, but to further talk about this as we move farther west to a more typical upwind direction, Site 11 is typically lower than Site 8 as far as monitored levels, and also lower than Sites 14 and 15. So what we get is this pattern of sort of higher concentrations a little to the west with a dip at 11 and a raise back up at 8 again.
Interesting.
You have enough data to have drawn some isopleths?
At this time, we have not drawn any isopleths, no.
Is there enough data?
Well, you can always draw an isopleth, but is it something that we feel comfortable
One that you
with?
have confidence in?
I think probably not yet, no. I think what we do have confidence in is the values that we're seeing at individual monitors. We do have some confidence there. The spatial variability that's occurring here when you draw an isopleth, if we don't have a monitor, we don't have modeling data yet, where that curve goes, I think we're still uncomfortable sharing that sort of information quite yet.
I expect there will be further
Yes.
hearings, and when you have the data that you feel comfortable with, we'd like to see it.
Absolutely. I do want to note, so the 1 nanogram per cubic meter level that we're talking about represents roughly a 90 to 95% drop from the very first monitor levels we were getting out in this area. So it is a substantial difference that we're looking at.
How far back does that go?
On the table, Site 8 Site 8 started being collected on October 27th. So you see that the first levels at Site 8 were 26, 25, and 12 for that first 3 sample average.
Did you tell us what, go ahead. Did you tell us what triggered the monitoring?
I don't believe we have. No, we were going to save that for our case. We did want to present that, but since we're focused on the stipulated order for abatement, we didn't feel the need to present that at this time.
Orders of abatement are prospective. We've got a problem, let's fix it.
Right.
Now, what we've learned is sometimes it's helpful to understand the history because that might change this board's opinion of their view, or change this board's view of the
Certainly.
proposal.
If the board would like a little bit of history, Mr. McMillan is certainly willing to provide you with that history.
Sure. So briefly, the focus of our investigation out in this area began a little bit to the northeast of these facilities. We had received some complaints in the 2012-2013 timeframe about metallic odors There's a school you'll see here on the far northeast at Site 3. We received some
Excuse me, time frame again?
2012, 2013 timeframe. We received some complaints from some personnel at that school, as well as some community members. We began our investigation at that time.
Sorry, and what's the name of that school?
Lincoln Elementary.
That's Lincoln.
So at that time, we began our investigation. There was a variety of different samples that were taken. Our focus originally was on a facility here to the northeast. Again, it's a series of blue buildings here near sites 1 and 2. That facility is called Carlton Forge. And there was sort of a history with that facility that I don't think ever came before the board here. But one of the things that came out of that investigation was we established some longer-term air monitors at sites 2 and 3. So 2 is immediately across the street from Carlton Forge. Site 3 is at a school administrative building just adjacent to the elementary school. What we had seen was that Carlton Forge had implemented a number of controls. The pollutant of concern, of primary concern at Carlton Forge was nickel, but we were also monitoring hexavalent chromium there at sites 2 and 3 since the 2013 timeframe. What we had found was that after a number of controls have been installed by Carlton Forge, and a lot of these controls were installed voluntarily, we had seen that the nickel levels were dropping, as could be expected. But over the past approximately year, hexavalent chromium emissions levels at Site 2 in particular were increasing as nickel was decreasing, which led us to believe that something else is going on. As part of that investigation of what else might be going on, we created this expanded monitoring plan to upwind directions from Carlton Forge to see if there are other sources in the area. And this eventually led us into honing in to these 2 facilities as we expanded this monitoring effort.
Ms. Bruce? Oh, wait a minute. Mr. Tether, any questions on that with testimony?
Mr. Wood would like to pose some questions.
Mr. McMillan, are you aware, is this monitoring effort the first monitoring for hexavalent chromium that's taken place in that neighborhood?
If you're referring-
2016?
From 2016, no. There was an additional effort as part of the Carlton Forge work. They were brought in through Rule 1402 as part of the Toxic Hotspots program. Carlton Forge did do a 2-week monitoring effort of their own, including at Aerocraft, at a monitor just a few feet. It's on the east side of Minnesota there on their roof. I think the idea at the time was they were also looking for potential upwind sources. Hexavalent chromium I don't think was a focus at the time, but it was monitored in a little bit different way than we might monitor ourselves. They were looking at a smaller particle size fraction than we were looking at. And so they did find some hexavalent chromium at Aerocraft over that 2-week sampling period, but on the order of, I think the average was about 1 nanogram per cubic meter. And this is in the late 2014 timeframe. So at about 1 nanogram per cubic meter, very close to Site 8 at that time.
And how did the Air District become aware of that monitoring?
Carlton Forge prepared a report and provided it to the district.
So the district has had that monitoring data, those monitoring data for roughly how long?
A couple of years, a little less than that, but yeah.
Okay.
How long?
Approximately 2 years, a little bit less than that, but.
And is there an explanation for what the difference is, why their monitoring had a 1 nanogram in an area that then you had very different numbers as you were doing the 2016 monitoring?
I don't know that we have a full understanding of why there might be a difference. We have seen emissions have fluctuated through time. We have seen an increase at Site 2 since that time. So there certainly could be differences through time. But again, the other thing that we noted was that the monitoring done in that 2014 timeframe by Carlton Forge was particle size of 10 microns and smaller, whereas the monitors that the district use do total particulate, so it includes larger particle sizes than 10 microns, and so they could pick up extra hexavalent chromium just by focusing on the different particle sizes. But the exact nature, I don't think we've determined yet.
And could you, it's probably old news to everybody in this room, but could you just explain the difference between a PM10 particle, why the small particles are regulated differently from total particulate particles?
PM10 is actually a criteria pollutant, and there are specific attainment standards for PM10. It's considered sort of. Sure. Sorry about that. So PM10 is a criteria pollutant that has federal and state attainment standards. It is considered typically the respirable fraction of particulate matter. That said, when we look at toxics and toxic impacts, the district believes that total suspended particulate, or including the coarser size fraction of particles, carry toxic impacts as well. And so there's different standards on the toxic side versus the criteria pollutant side.
But if I understood what you were saying, the larger particulates are not generally considered respirable. And that would be the difference between the two monitoring efforts.
Somewhat. I think we're getting a little bit into semantics. I understand that typically PM10 is called respirable, but because something might be PM11 doesn't mean it doesn't get into your lungs. But there are different standards certainly for PM10, and the belief is that typically particle sizes less than 10 microns are respirable. The coarser you get, the less respirable it becomes.
Okay, no further questions. Thank you.
Ms. Bruce?
Can you probably pointed it out and I missed it. Where is Carlton Forge on the?
It is these blue roofs here, up here just near sites 1 and 2, just to the west of sites 1 and 2. Actually, their facility also continues to the south of Jefferson, but all of their emission sources really dominantly are here in this blue roof area.
And do you know where Mark Keppel's school is?
It's not on this map. It would be off if you keep going to the west and northwest here. It's about a mile upwind off of this map. I don't have a scale, I guess, on this map, but it would be several blocks to the west.
And it has been mentioned that there are 80-something sources of potentially of, I guess, hexavalent chromium, but certainly of metals. And so where are they all situated on this map or beyond?
In general, where this 88 facilities number comes from is the city of Paramount provided us a list of facilities with business permits that they are aware of that deal with metalworking. That doesn't necessarily mean that all of these are potentially sources of metal emissions. Certainly doesn't mean that they're all sources of hexavalent chromium emissions. These are facilities with business licenses that do metalworking that the city is aware of, and they provided that list to us. In general, what you see on this map is that on the eastern area here, you can see that this is dominantly residential properties over here to the east. Typically, say, east of, I think this is Vermont Boulevard, here just where my pen is. To the west of this, out towards Garfield and Texaco, is dominantly industrial. So these facilities are kind of predominantly in this industrial zone. There is some mixed use in this industrial zone. There is some residential in that area as well, but that's where most of the businesses are.
Thank you.
Ms. Baird? Oh, okay. Dr. Lerner?
Yes, I'm sorry. And the wind is blowing from the west to the east, is that correct?
Dominantly. There are days, individual days that you get differences, certainly, but the typical pattern is from west to east.
Okay, so that makes this large residential community, which is the closest concentrated residential community, much more vulnerable, in addition to the areas of residence within the framework of this map.
Yes, correct. They would be downwind.
Thank you.
Ms. Baird?
I was just about to ask a similar question also. So it's west to east. Is there any north to south?
Yeah, we do see on individual days that winds, and actually even by time of day, you will get some differences in the wind patterns. What I think we can say is that from what we've seen on an annual average, west to east is most common, but certainly individual days and individual hours, you get considerable fluctuation, all 360 degrees.
Okay, thank you.
Are Anaplex and Aerocraft, do they have more than one shift?
Aerocraft, I believe, does, and they can correct me if I'm wrong on that. Anaplex, I believe, is a single shift. But again, there might be other folks when we get to that matter who can speak.
We'll ask Aerocraft. Any other questions for Mr. McMillan? Thank you very much.
I've been told that they're trying to locate the inspector. He is in the building, but I guess they haven't quite located him yet, so we'll have to wait until they find him. I mean, I actually ran into him this morning, and I said, "Oh, we're just talking about the stipulated order for abatement, so you don't need to be here." So he left. So now we have to go find him again.
Okay, is there anything we can do while we're waiting? Pardon? Okay, yeah. Okay, we have a couple of documents that we want to mark, and then we'll go off the record for a while, take a recess. The first one is an email from Haney S. Fangari, sent Friday, December 16th, and date stamped December 16th. And it's addressed to the clerk of the board, and that'll be, I think, 102. Is that correct, Madam Clerk? For Anaplex? Oh, yeah, maybe 111. It'll be marked as Exhibit 111. Then we have another from the same individual, Haney Fangari, sent Friday, December 16th, and date stamped December 16th. Yeah. And that'll be marked Exhibit 112. Let's see, they're both sent the same day. So the one that is at 9:31 is 112. The one that was received at 9:11 a.m. is 111. We'll go off.
Oh, Mr. Chair, I don't think we seem to have a copy of the Exhibit 112. I do have one of 111.
It was just handed to me.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Ms. Prusak?
Is Aircraft going to be, I saw a witness for Aircraft stand up to be sworn in. Perhaps we could take,
Well, I think the inspector just walked in, and I think Dr. Lerner needs a break.
I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Let's take a 15-minute
Oh,
recess.
our inspector has been found,
Oh, okay.
and so we can certainly have him explain.
Okay, we're gonna,
If
Mr.
you-
Wong, we're gonna take a
You can still
15-minute
take a break,
recess.
that's fine.
You can
I'll
orient
talk
him,
to him. Okay,
and
great.
we'll be back at 10:25.
Is there anything else you needed from our side?
I don't think so. It's good to know if he's gonna ask for anything else. It seems like they're gonna try and nice shirt, by the way.
Yeah, it's like, oh, hey, I got the memo.
Right.
I was like searching, why in the world, in the last 10 years, nobody's got my Christmas shot? I have no idea.
Do we start doing
December was just pulled in installed. So
Yeah,
we
they
started.
just said they noticed it this morning.
Yep.
Okay.
We just installed the extra bracket for it.
So is it just one, or is there a bunch up there?
I'll have to check because I gave instruction to do 3 to 5. Priority being trying to get upline and tax code, the 2 to win from aircraft.
Okay.
So 8, 15, and 17.
Okay. Okay. All right. Sounds good.
But then potentially also 19 and 20.
Where's 19 and 20?
We expanded south already.
So, where's 19? They're all the way down there? Are these down by Wimber more, or are they
Promise
just
Hospital.
working their way?
No, they're directly down.
Of Wimber?
Empress.
Empress. Okay. All right.
Yeah. 1 to 1. Yeah.
Okay.
Promise is right across from Press, and then the other location is across from the area that Susan identified as this is our area.
Okay. All right.
So those, yeah, at least for 1920, the first sample will be Wednesday. Tomorrow's sample is probably not going to be.
Oh, really?
Well,
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Yep.
All right. Cool.
We are back on the record. Mr. Wong?
Thank you. I'm going to introduce a witness. In fact, I'll let him introduce himself and explain. Would you please state your full name and spell your last name and indicate your position at the district?
Okay, before he does that, I need to
Oh, swear, that's correct.
raise your right hand. Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
You need to push on the mic.
Ario Soltani, Soltani, Air Quality Inspector with the South Coast AQMD. Your first name again, please, and spell it. Sure. Ario, A-R-E-I-O.
And Mr. Saltani, are you currently the inspector for aircraft?
Yes, I am.
Are you aware of any current NOVs issued apart from the nuisance violation that have been issued against aircraft?
The only violation that we've issued thus far is a notice violation for public nuisance. Other than that, no other NOVs have been issued.
But are there any pending notices of violation against aircraft?
We are considering taking enforcement action for other violations at the present time.
And what are those violations?
We've detected 3 water cooling towers that are using processed water as part of their evaporative cooling, and thus do not enjoy a 219 rule exemption from permitting and may require air quality permits.
And is there also a potential Rule 1404 violation?
That's correct. Those same cooling towers would be subject to Rule 1404 involving evaporative cooling towers.
Thank you. And these possible NOVs, were they learned just recently?
That's correct. In the after the initial notice violation was issued and the order for abatement was filed, we discovered these potential violations.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Tether?
Mr. Soltani, have you notified the company Aircraft in relation to these violations?
No, we have not. We have not issued a notice of violation just yet.
Okay. And the alleged 1404 violation, can you explain to the board specific language that rule prohibits? Can you provide them with the specific language that rule prohibits, the conduct it prohibits?
We're still exploring the applicability of Rule 1404, but if I can refer to the rule, I could read the pertinent section.
Okay. Yes, if you could refer to the requirement in 1404B1 and just read that for the board.
Which section were you?
B1, B as in boy, 1, of Rule 1404.
Rule 1404B1 reads, on and after January 1st, 1990, hexavalent chromium containing water treatment chemicals shall not be added to cooling tower circulating water.
Thank you. And is water treatment chemicals a defined term under the rule?
Water treatment additives are defined.
Are they
in the
defined?
rule.
And how are they defined under the rule?
Rule 1404A3 reads, water treatment additives are any combination of chemicals used to treat cooling tower water. They include, but are not limited to, corrosion inhibitors, antiscalants, dispersants, and biocides.
And are you aware, when you visit a company, is it typical if they have an additive that you'll have like a tote or a barrel somehow that they'll purchase that additive?
In general, yes, I've never personally, had not previously inspected a hexavalent chromium cooling tower prior to this facility, but that would,
And are you aware of Aerocraft then adding hexavalent chromium to treat their cooling tower water as defined under the rule?
that would be speculation. I don't have any information regarding that.
So you don't have any basis, is what you're saying, for believing that they add hexavalent chromium to treat the cooling tower water?
If I may interrupt this, and I apologize for the interruption, but we're not here to argue the merits of the NOV. The board just wanted background information, and we are providing that. We're not trying to argue for or against the violation because we learned of these violations after the order for abatement was filed. We did not add them to our petition. So they're really not, I mean, it's for the board's information because they requested it that we are providing this information.
And thank you, Mr. Wong, and thank you, Mr. Chair. We acknowledge that this is not a hearing on the merits for that rule violation or alleged rule violation, but it has been alleged and here for the first time, and we think it's important also for the board to understand, is there a real grounds or basis for that violation if it's being brought before the board?
It's not being brought before the board. We're not bringing it before the board.
I would have asked the same questions.
Okay.
Ms.
Then I think it's up to you. I don't believe it's relevant, and I believe that we can all understand that these are alleged violations, and they aren't even in a notice of violation yet. So we would not accept them as actual violations for purposes of this hearing.
Correct.
Well, thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Sultani, how long have you been the inspector that is responsible for inspecting aircraft?
I first inspected the facility on October 26th of this year.
How long have you been the inspector in that area?
I inspect Anaplex Corporation. I've inspected them since 2015. This is not normally my assigned inspection area.
Who is normally assigned to that?
I believe that the facility is inspected by the industrial group normally, and the inspector assigned to this area, I believe his name is Michael Pua. But I'm not exactly certain about that.
So you're not able to give us any history of inspections and compliance other than what you've done?
That's correct. I believe the facility was, prior to my inspection, was last inspected in 2015. I'm not certain who that inspector was, but it's inspected annually. It's part of it's a reclaim facility and is inspected annually.
Well, what is the policy when you observe a violation of district rules? Do you automatically issue a notice of violation or a notice to comply or have a discussion with the operators? What's the policy?
Well, you should testify only if you're aware of the policy.
In general, if equipment is in operation at the time of the inspection, we may issue a notice of violation. If equipment is not observed in operation but is on site, typically our policy is to issue a notice to comply to obtain district permits.
In every event where you observe an emissions violation, you issue a notice of violation?
I would typically review that with my supervisor and decide on the correct course of action, but an emission violation typically would warrant a notice of violation.
Board members? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Tether, did you wish to put on a witness?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
I would like to introduce Juan Carlos Ruiz, who has taken the oath, but I'll have him. Is your turn it on? Mr. Ruiz, could you please spell your name for the record?
Sure. My name is Juan Carlos Ruiz, and it's spelled Juan, space Carlos, space Ruiz.
Mr. Ruiz, have you taken the oath?
I have.
Thank you. What is your position at Aircraft?
My position at Aircraft is Environmental Health and Safety Coordinator.
And had you worked in other similar work before that?
Correct. I was an intern at a similar facility, Press Forge.
And what are your actual responsibilities at Aircraft?
My current responsibilities are pretty much compliance and environmental and safety regulations.
Thank you. And your educational background?
I have a Bachelor of Science, Environmental Science from UCLA.
Thank you.
With a minor in Environmental Engineering.
Thank you. We'll just go on to the measures. Yeah, we've discussed a number of things before this. We're turning to the voluntary actions that are generally referenced in the stipulated order. And could you give us, could you please describe those actions?
Sure. First, I'd like to thank the board for having us here today. We understand the urgency of this issue, and just like you, we as a company are dedicated and committed to adjusting any issues that we may have as a company. So we will describe any voluntary actions that we may have or will have in the future. So firstly, we shut down the heat treating operations starting on December the 4th. After that, we began a phased startup to evaluate emissions from individual sources within the plant.
And could you tell us, please, the benefit of that action?
Well, our operations there's many different types of operations, and we believe that having a baseline in order to be able to evaluate each individual operation would be beneficial.
Thank you. The next action step?
We went ahead and drained and cleaned one of our water quench tank systems to eliminate that possible emission.
And do you provide any additives to the water quench tank?
We don't. No specific additives for treatment. No.
Thank you. So please just describe the benefit of, or the results of taking that action item step.
Well, once it was our knowledge that our water quench system may be problematic, we decided to eliminate the source immediately. And again, that would give us a baseline once we took further actions to determine any emissions.
When you say eliminate the source, could you elaborate a little?
Sure. Well, the water, we pretty much drained it and took it out as hazardous waste.
And replaced it?
We did replace the water with clean water.
Thank you. The next action item?
So we went ahead and stopped the operation of the plasma cutting system until we completed another engineering assessment to help optimize the collection of any emissions that were these emissions were properly routed to the already in place backhouse HEPA control.
What is the status of that engineering assessment?
We had an outside contractor come out and assess these processes, and we're still pending a response.
And what will that assessment provide exactly?
Well, hopefully it'll provide a solution to any, and by any I mean all dust emissions that are that may come out of the plasma cutting system.
Thank you. And the next one, Mr. Ruiz.
So we enclosed all the hand metal grinding operations so that all metal grinding occurs within a total enclosure. And we'd also like to optimize the collection system in order to route all emissions again to the already in place backhouse control.
Could you tell us a little about the metal grinding operations?
Sure. It's mostly a quality control operation rather than a production operation. And what we do there is that we grind about a quarter size. By quarter, I mean like the coin quarter size grinding in any given part, and it's only about a couple millimeters, less than a millimeter, I would say, very, very small depth, and that's only to test the part for specific hardness requirements or specifications.
And these parts are generally used for what?
I believe most of our customers are aerospace.
Thank you. The next action item, please.
So we are going to add a HEPA level filtration to our existing backhouse in our hand grinding operations. A HEPA level filtration is basically a level filtration that is rated at 99.97% capture or more at a 0.3 microns particle size. 0.3 microns are believed to be the most permeable microns, so by capturing 99.97% of those, it's rated to capture all particles. As part of this installation, an industry professional will come and inspect the backhouse and ensure that the device is operating properly, including making repairs if required. This inspection is already being done on an annual basis, and it'll also be repeated once this HEPA filter is added to the backhouse for our hand grinding operation.
I think Dr. Lerner has a question.
To clarify, or?
Clarify, it's the, you said 0.3 microns or less? Is that what you meant? When
No.
Or just looking at that one particular
Right.
size?
Right. So the HEPA filter, when they rate it at 0.3 microns, because that's the particle that is believed to have the most permeability. Any larger or smaller particle is believed to have less permeability.
So it's limited only to that?
Right, but by capturing 99.97% of 0.3 microns, it is assumed that any bigger or smaller particle will also have at least 99.97% capture rate.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think you were. Could you reach the next one, please?
Sure. Once we've installed these engineering controls, we will continue to train all employees to minimize fugitive metal dust emissions. This training will include the prohibition of compressed air or brooms for any cleaning purposes in any area where scale or metal dust have the potential to accumulate.
What do you expect that will accomplish?
Well, we believe that one of our possible sources may be just fugitive dust, and so any activity that may cause any fugitive dust, we will try to eliminate.
And you think that will eliminate?
Yes, we believe so.
Ms. Brusek?
Are we on a letter? Am I missing? I was following along until,
We jumped ahead to the 12th item, which is A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I. I believe it would be letter J.
okay. Oh, no. L, training of all employees?
Yes,
Yes.
Okay.
I didn't do so good counting on my fingers, sorry.
Just, if you could do us a favor and just track along with the proposed order as you go through
Okay.
them, that will help us.
Okay. That would be the only change, just putting that one before everything else. After that, it should go on as
So we're going back to
F.
F.
F. Okay,
Thank you.
so number 6, letter F. So we will be performing wet cleaning or cleaning with a HEPA vacuum inside the hand grinding enclosure and within 40 feet of each entry or exit point from the hand grinding enclosure after each operating shift where the hand grinding took place. I'd like to note that there's only one operating shift for our inspection department.
Thank you. Could you tell us a little more, give us a picture of what this hand grinding process looks like? Is it 20 employees, 1 employee?
We have the inspection department as a whole has about, I want to say 6 employees that work that's their dedicated position. However, in terms of grinding, we only have, we have 2 hand grinding booths, and we have another 2 bench grinding booths. And when the employees are working, they're not necessarily hand grinding 8 hours a day. They are moving parts, anything that goes along with the inspection, doing the actual hardness inspection, which includes pressing. And it's basically a little ball, and you press it under, I forget how many pressure. You measure that, and that gives you an indication of the hardness of the metal. So in terms of grinding, I would say we only do about a total of 5 or 6 hours of grinding, and that would only be about 2 employees per each shift, per each day.
Yeah. This 40 feet, which is approximately 10 meters, how is that number derived? Is there a standard, is this a standard of the industry, or was this arbitrary, or was this experientially determined?
I don't think we based this off a standard, but we basically took I don't know we have any basis off of that.
Well, is there, if I may, is there any practical sense of how effective a 40 feet area away from entry or exit points is in preventing dust from exiting or going out the entry?
Well, I wouldn't believe so. The size of the room isn't even 40 feet. Therefore, I think we would capture most of the dust either way.
So within 40 feet is, in effect, the whole room?
Yes.
Thank you.
But, so it's within the room away from the booths and the bench, is that correct? 40 feet away from those areas? And so it's not out of the room, 40 feet out of the room?
We believe we stated from any entry or exit point, and the general distance between the booth and the exit point would be 10 feet.
Okay. So I just want to be sure I understand this. We have a room, okay, 4 walls, and you have people working there.
Correct.
I want to know where the 40 feet are. Is it outside the room, the entry and exit point, or within the room, 40 feet from the place of actual physical labor?
Outside.
I'm sorry?
Outside.
Okay, thank you, appreciate it.
Could I ask you, does it actually involve vapor, or is it particulate, if there were emissions?
I would think it'd be only particulates. in terms.
Thank
yeah.
you. Moving on to G, please.
So once again, within the hand grinding enclosure, we are looking to indicate the optimal placement of. So just to give a visual description, these parts may be a couple feet in diameter, or they may be, half a feet in diameter, and so we place them on a table just based off working height, and these tables are usually located near a venting, kind of like a vent, where that's where the back house would pretty much vacuum out any particles. And so one of the things that we want to make sure is that we're optimizing that collection point. And so we will go ahead and, just for the employees to know, to ensure that they're within that collection point, we have painted the floors where that rack or table will be placed and will be permanently placed, so that so that the employees, or so that there's a maximum collection point of that dust.
Thank you. H comes after G. Thank you.
Okay. So we will also implement monthly inspections of the hand grinding enclosure to identify any possible sources of fugitive metal dust emissions. Any sources identified are to be addressed within 72 hours unless materials needed for repair are not readily available, in which case repairs will be performed as soon as reasonably feasible.
Does this step go beyond the prior one and the one before that in terms of, I guess my question is, after steps F and G, is there really an expectation of additional sources of fugitive metal dust?
Based on our current knowledge, we wouldn't expect.
So this is kind of redundant protection.
Correct.
Thank you. H. Please go on to measure I, please.
Okay. We will continue to use our mobile wet sweeper and/or scrubber to minimize potential for fugitive metal dust emissions by performing daily cleanings. We will now only use our wet scrubber, and hand sweeping will be removed from our daily processes.
With the wet sweeper, is there any potential for dust being driven into the air?
It's minimized by using the wet method.
Thank you. J?
We will perform daily cleanings with the HEPA vacuum of areas where scale or alloy dust have the potential to accumulate, but that cannot be reached by the mobile wet sweeper.
What kind of areas would those be?
Maybe some enclosures behind maybe some furnaces, areas where an actual vehicle or anything large won't be able to reach.
Thank you. Measure K, which is 11.
11. So we already have a meteorological station at the aircraft facility, which is capable of recording wind speed and direction data. We will continue to use this data in order to mitigate emissions, and we have also shared this output with the district.
How long has this data been available? When was it installed?
I believe it was installed in, I don't know the actual date, maybe 2014, but I'm not 100% sure.
Thank you. And you already spoke about measure L, which is also 12. So skipping on to measure M, could you please describe that?
Sure. We are requiring our employees to HEPA vacuum clean within 1 hour of the completion of any maintenance or repair activity to a furnace, heat treating equipment, hand grinding enclosure, or associated emission control equipment, or the plasma cutting system, or associated emission control system equipment. We will clean at a minimum the floor area within 20 feet of where the maintenance or repair activity took place, where reasonably and safely accessible.
Could you,
Per se.
I am at some point, when we have questions, I'm going to go through most of these and ask if you could identify the timing with which these will be implemented, or if they will continue. So you don't have to go back, but I'm realizing that there's so many of them, so as to save time, if you could do that while you're
I see that.
testifying the first time through, that would probably save
Okay.
some time.
So I think for most of these, especially the housekeeping measures, would be easily implemented after the training. And so once we're pretty much back in operation, these will be implemented as such.
When will the training be provided, or has it been?
We haven't had any training provided since most of our operations haven't been in place, particularly the inspection department. But once I have our employees back in, these will be implemented first thing.
They've been shut down.
That's correct.
Is that the shutdown you referred to in the first measure, A?
That's correct.
Thank you. So with regard to the one you just spoke of, again, was that number M, is that pending training?
That is pending training.
And so you'd expect that to be, the training to be done within a week or two, or
Yes.
early next year, before then?
Before then, yeah.
Thank you. Going on to measure N, like Nancy.
So we will ensure that any maintenance or repair activity with significant potential to generate fugitive metal dust emissions take place within an enclosure, either temporary or permanent. The only exceptions to this enclosure are when an enclosure is not reasonably possible, or where failure to immediately implement a maintenance or repair would result in fugitive metal dust emissions.
What kind of, can you give examples of maintenance or repair activities?
We usually do maybe some furnace repair, forklift repair. Most of the maintenance that we do would be to a furnace.
So there'd be for that would it be a temporary or a permanent enclosure?
That'd be a temporary enclosure.
Thank you. So what is the status of this? Has this already been done to some extent, or completely, or not so much?
To some extent, we already do that, given that we want to minimize any fugitive dust. However, no formal training has been completed. So that, again, will also be one of the tasks that we will accomplish.
In terms of timing?
In terms of timing, yeah.
So you would instruct employees to erect a temporary facility?
Right, so our training will indicate, again, the importance of reducing any dust, and we will discuss any possible procedures or any procedures that will be needed to be done in order to prevent any of that dust. That includes instructing them to put up barriers, etc.
Will there be any permanent enclosures?
We're looking to have permanent enclosures.
Have any been erected?
We've erected a tarp in order to minimize, again, dust from leaving the property.
Thank you. What would could you kind of describe a temporary enclosure, what that might involve?
Yeah, I mean, we may put up a tarp or a plastic, pretty much in the same way that I think most people have visualized maybe an asbestos treatment where they put up plastic tarps. That would be a similar thing that we may do. Maybe a canopy, depending on, again, the maintenance activity that's being performed. So those would be something that would be a temporary.
And is that on the same time frame that you mentioned for training?
Training, yes.
Was that before the end of the year?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, the next one is action item O. Could you please describe that?
It's number 50?
Yes.
Yeah. We are requiring wet cleaning or HEPA vacuuming of all equipment and materials used for maintenance or repairs and potentially contaminated with metal dust immediately after completion of the work to minimize creation of fugitive dust.
Thank you. And when, is that already required or is it scheduled?
It's, again, most of these items have been required verbally, but the training itself is being scheduled.
Thank you. And that's on the same time frame as previously mentioned,
That's correct.
before the end of the year. And action item P, please.
We will maintain our continuous pressure drop monitors on existing hand grinding enclosure and plasma cutting backhouse. These are already in place.
And could you just tell us what a continuous pressure drop monitor is and what it does?
It's basically a magnehelic kind of gauge, which gauges the pressure between, I believe, the bags themselves, and what that really indicates whether if it's A, working at all, or B, if the pressure's too high, it may indicate that the bags are clogged. So it allows us to identify whether the baghouses or the filter system is working optimally.
And the status of that, the timing, is that already?
So these monitors are already in place.
Thank you. And measure Q, action item Q, please.
We will be installing a baghouse leak detection device on the hand grinding enclosure baghouse as part of the installation of a HEPA level filters. This hasn't been done yet, but as well as the engineering assessment, they came in and assessed that, and we'll be providing further documentation or further response on that.
So you're waiting for the vendor to provide.
Yes.
Do you have any idea when that might be? Just a guess?
I don't anticipate that being particularly soon. I would assume that would be probably by beginning of next year.
Beginning of next year. So in 2 weeks or more.
Correct.
I shouldn't ask you to guess. I apologize, but I assume that's based on your general experience with vendors that service the plant.
Right. Yeah.
Thank you. And R, measure R. Thank you.
So we will enhance the baghouse for the plasma cutter. We will also install a baghouse leak detection device on the plasma cutting baghouse prior to operating the plasma cutter. This would include either a visual or an auditory device where an operator will be alerted whether the baghouse is not functioning correctly or not.
Thank you. And has that been done?
The assessment has been done. Again, the vendor came in and assessed all of our operations. It's only a matter of them coming back with a proposal and us going forward with it.
Thank you. Action item S.
So we'll perform quarterly smoke tests on the hand grinding enclosure and plasma cutting baghouse during any calendar quarter where the controlled process occurs.
Do you know when the next one is likely to be done, or?
So for the plasma cutting baghouse, the plasma cutter is mostly a maintenance device that we use. It's not an operational, so we use it rather infrequently. As of now, we only do the smoke detection when we use it.
What does it cut?
We use that to cut steel, specifically RA330, in order to make the racks that we use to place parts on them before they're either heated or quenched, etc.
Thank you. Are those racks coated with anything?
They haven't been coated, but we did an experimental coating with a coating that we use on the parts that prevent it from scaling. So that's what we're doing moving forward.
What does that coating consist of?
It's a ceramic coating. It's just, I believe, it's just a ceramic fiber coating.
Will that provide any benefit in terms of what we're talking about, reduction of hexavalent chromium?
So the coating is used to prevent scaling of the metal, and so our hope is that would also curtail the scaling on the RA330 metal.
And will that reduce or mitigate hexavalent chromium creation or particles?
To our knowledge, yeah, the scaling is something that's being proposed as a source of hexavalent chromium. So we're going to go ahead and take that action, regardless whether we know for a fact that that is occurring. So our hope is that, yes, this will help curtail any possible creation of hexavalent chromium in one of our processes.
Thank you. And measure T.
We will continue to test emissions of representative furnace vents, and we will expand the scope of the sampling to include hexavalent chromium.
And when will this be implemented?
So for in terms of sampling, we've already implemented that. We're taking samples of the vents of the furnaces as we start them up, and we've included hexavalent chromium in our sampling.
Thank you. And measure U.
In the coming weeks, we will look to enhance our employee exposure monitoring to ensure that employees are adequately protected from metal dust.
Coming weeks, could you be just a little more specific, or to the extent you know?
Well, we believe that in order to have a representative monitoring for the employee exposure, we need to be in operation. So we're pretty much waiting for a full operation schedule in order to schedule any sampling for employee exposure.
When do you anticipate that would be?
I wouldn't know when that would come up, but as soon as it does.
And the last item is V.
And lastly, we will continue to work cooperatively with the district staff to identify and address sources of metal dust emissions that pose a threat to public health.
Thank you. Could you speak briefly about your interactions with the district when they first came to inspect?
Sure. I mean, when we've had our first inspection, October 26th, we fully cooperated and provided all the documents that were required from us, and we continue to do so in a timely manner. And we've been working well together, I believe.
As to the 22 or A through V steps, action items, do you anticipate there may be additional ones?
There may possibly be additional ones, and that, if that is the case, then we will gladly take any steps necessary that are required.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Wong.
I have no questions, but I would like to remind the board that at 11:30, Ian McMillan needs to leave. And so if you have any questions for him, you should answer before that. And I have to leave at about 12:30 for a root canal.
Do you want us to hold you?
Well, unfortunately, I think it has to be finished.
Okay. Mr. Ruiz, how long have you been in your position at Aircraft?
I've been at Aircraft for about 6 months.
The October 26th inspection that you referred to, that was the first inspection while you've been employed at Aircraft?
Correct.
Do you know when the prior inspection was?
I don't know the exact date for the prior inspection. I do know that it was a reclaim inspection where we inspect where the focus is on the furnaces and the emissions for nitrous oxides, but that's as much as I know.
You listed 20-some measures that you've taken. Are any of these measures required by district rules and regulations?
That I'm aware of, they're not required at least not yet.
Okay. So all of these are above and beyond what your understanding is of the requirements of district regulations.
That is correct.
Okay. How did you come up with all these?
We sat and we brainstormed and we looked at anything that may be an issue and we implemented it as such. Yeah.
Thank you. Board members? Dr. Lerner?
One quick question. We were passing the stuff out, so I may have missed it. The smoke tests, are you currently, the quarterly smoke tests, are you currently doing that, or is this something to do?
So we do that for when we use the plasma cutter. And again, I described that that is an infrequent operation, but we will implement it quarterly, whether we, and that would be mostly towards the hand grinding operation, where we, as of yet, we hadn't scheduled that, but that will be done from now on.
Thank you.
Ms. Byrd?
I think some of my questions may have been similar to what Ms. Prusek was going to ask, since she mentioned dates. I was wondering, you alluded to some things already taking place. Which of these had never taken place prior to this order?
Sure. Let me take a look. So we've, to my understanding, we hadn't drained the water quench system.
So that's number
Letter B.
B. Okay, so that had never taken place. Okay.
As you go through, identify the letter.
Sure. Letter C. I mean, that's just we stopped the operation. So
Okay.
again, that's a maintenance. So we don't do that on a daily basis. Almost we do that maybe once a month, if the case being we haven't used it since June, as of now.
Okay,
Yeah.
you
So-
haven't used the tank since June?
No, the plasma cutting
the
system.
plasma cutting, okay. And so you do that on what did you say about monthly basis? Is that what you intend to do on a monthly?
So now we intend to do that. Inspect the baghouse on a quarterly basis,
The back house on a quarterly basis?
or the smoke test. Excuse me, the smoke test on a quarterly basis.
I'll need to stop you because I'm trying to follow you by letter. So you said you hadn't done C before
Not stop the operation for any
because you
specific
never
cost.
stopped. Okay. Okay, so now we're on the next one. Which one was that?
Letter D.
D? Okay.
So that one, we've letter D. So that one we did now, and close it. It had the enclosure itself had a couple of doors that were used as entryways, but now what we've done is that we've added some plastic tarps in order, in the case where no one's entering or exiting, it keeps everything inside.
Okay, so that's a new one. What about what is the next one that you implemented that you had not done before?
For letter E, we haven't added the HEPA filter for the hand grinding operation.
Okay.
However, for the plasma grinding, for the plasma operation, that one does have a HEPA filter.
Okay. And next?
So for letter A, B, C, D, E, F, for letter F, we haven't done that.
The wet cleaning?
Wet cleaning.
Okay,
Previously,
so that's new.
Yeah, this is new.
Okay. Which one would be next?
G is also new.
J's new. Well, I can assume that H is new since it says you're implementing.
Right. Correct.
So that never happened. Did you have any inspections at all? This
Yes.
says implement monthly.
Not for specific to metal dust emissions.
Okay. The next one so I see utilize mobile wet sweeper, which is I. So if you're utilizing it, I guess that's assuming you've never utilized it before? Is that what you're saying?
We would use it occasionally, but now the difference will be that it will be used only and daily.
Okay. Exclusive use?
Exclusively, yes.
Okay. And daily. Okay, and then the same for J.
J is
You had not done it daily, is that what it is?
correct.
And you had previously done it how frequently?
It was not depending on the area.
Okay,
Some of the
so it was
areas,
on an
yeah.
as needed?
Yeah,
Or
correct.
considered as needed? Okay. How about the next one?
This one has already
Installing, so you said it says installation and maintenance, but I thought I heard you say it had been there since 2014.
Oh, I see. No, that's already been installed.
That's already done, okay. And the training, of course, is new.
New.
Requiring, and in M, requiring the wet or HEPA filter vacuum cleaning
That is also new.
is also new. Ensuring maintenance, that's in N, that's new. I'm not trying to rush you, but I know we have limited time, so I'm trying to get it. O is wet cleaning, that had not happened prior?
Correct. So it's also new.
Okay. P,
In place.
in place, okay. Q is leak detection on the baghouse.
That will be new.
That will be new, because it begins in 2017, right?
Right.
Okay, R,
New.
new, the same thing. S, quarterly smoke test.
Requiring them quarterly will be new,
How often was it done before?
as needed.
As needed, okay. T, emissions test,
Expanding the scope will be new.
expansion, okay. And U, the employee exposure monitoring,
That will also, well, we've had employee
have
exposure
one.
before,
okay.
but this will be we'll do it again.
Okay, and then, of course, working with the district. Okay, so then I had a couple questions.
That's not new.
Hopefully, that's not new.
Yeah, right. Yes.
Okay, so I just had a couple more questions that were, do you have a standard procedures manual for these items?
We don't, not for this specific item.
Okay, so you got a big job ahead of you, huh?
I do.
So 6 months in. Okay. Let's see, just a second, just flip through this real fast. So you had nothing to assure, there's no records of, in the past that you've had of knowing that some of these things that were in existence had already been done either?
Besides the inspections to the baghouse themselves, which are performed annually, there was no indication.
Okay. You indicated that there's one operating shift for inspectors, I think you said?
For the inspection department, which is our hand grinding operation,
Okay, and how many shifts do you have with that have hand grinding?
only one.
Only one. Okay, so there isn't no missing that, so that
Right.
inspection staff is there when the hand grinding actually takes place.
Right.
Okay. That was what I was curious about. I think that might be it. Is the training something that you will be conducting, you're developing? How's that work?
I will probably be developing, and we'll also look at outside contractors to help with, and if they have any specific requirements.
Okay. All right. Would you have any issue with addressing that training somehow will be, all of these things that are being quote-unquote maintained at the end of a shift, at the beginning of a shift, that there would be some record to?
Right. So I believe what we will require is some sort of log where that the employees ensure that they perform these cleanings.
Okay. And maybe we could include that as some, since you agree to that, maybe we could put that in here, that there will be a log to ensure that all these things take place.
Okay.
Thank you.
I have one question then. Go ahead.
I don't mean to take before you, but I had a question that I also wanted to ask Mr. McMillan. So before he leaves at 11:30, I wanted to make sure.
Let's jump back to Mr. McMillan.
Well, I would ask Mr. Ruiz first, and then.
Okay. I have one short question. Prior to the time you were hired, do you know if there was another individual that had your position and responsibilities?
There was a gap between my specific position and the prior individual that had my specific position, and so I believe that it was kind of spread out through different individuals. So there was not one specific one, but there was a small gap between someone else who had my specific description. Yeah.
Yeah. How big a gap?
Couple months. I'm not 100% sure, but it was more than 5 months, I believe.
So all of the responsibilities were put into one position, and that's yours,
Yes.
Ms. Prusak?
I had a question. I'm going to go back to the questions on these measures, but I had a question with regard to the plans for the monitor or monitors that aircraft either plans to maintain and operate or currently does. Are you familiar with that
Is this the monitors for?
for Chrome 6?
I have some knowledge about it. Yes.
Okay. I'm wondering do you know where they are placed or will be placed?
Currently, we have a monitor that's placed on our fence line, which is very near monitor 8.
Okay.
As to the final position, I don't think I don't know where we're planning or will plan to have a monitor in the final position.
Okay, and do you know, is the plan to move that monitor to another position or to add another monitor, or is there a plan, such a plan? In particular, I'm interested in condition number 2 of the proposed order and the sampling and analysis plan and its effect on this order. So I'm very interested to know where proposed monitors are proposed to be.
Right. I have some understanding that we will maintain a monitor, and I think it'll be up to a more expert to indicate where that final position will be, given an analysis after that's being done. I don't have a specific location where that monitor will be, but I do think we will have a monitor in order to have our own data.
Okay. If I could, I wanted to jump to Mr. McMillan because I know he's leaving very soon.
He's
and
got
then I'll
about
come back.
7 minutes.
Okay. Mr. McMillan, I asked these questions because we received a public exhibit from a woman, Lisa Lappin, public exhibit number 11. She expressed concern about this particular provision of the proposed order. And so I'm wondering, I just wanted to know if you had any information as to monitors that may be placed by aircraft and used.
I think what we are planning to do is to continue to operate our own monitor. Whether we maintain Site 8 or need to potentially move that very close by. The tarp that was mentioned earlier is actually very close to that monitor. That is, there's a little breezeway in their facility that they put this tarp over to try to, I think, remove some of that breezeway effect. But our monitor is actually very close to that, and so we aren't sure yet what the net effect of that is going to be, if that's going to sort of make that monitor not be representative of what we think is coming out of there. We aren't sure yet. So I think we're evaluating that now, and I think as far as where the next site is going to be, I think we're still evaluating whether it's maybe even potentially across the street on Aerocraft's property and working cooperatively with them, obviously, on that. That is a possibility, but there are other possibilities as well, and so we're investigating that now. So I think we intend to continue to do our own monitoring as part of this, and if Aerocraft also wishes to do monitoring themselves, we would take that into consideration. But for compliance with this, we're planning to use our own monitor.
Okay, because under number 2, the order does say aircraft may present evidence to the district consisting of data from the ambient monitors, and that will be considered in whether the 1 nanogram action level has been exceeded. And so, do you have a plan for how to
Consider
that information?
I think I can give an example. We aren't sure exactly what they plan to do yet, if they plan to do anything, because this is at their discretion. So as an example, they might stick a monitor on the upwind side of their property, and if we believe there's another facility that is contributing from upwind, that upwind monitor might provide some more information for us when we look at sort of the compliance monitor, if you will, in a more downwind position to see is there may be a very significant contribution from an upwind source that is affecting this downwind monitor. So that is one way that it could be used potentially. But again, I think there's going to be a lot of details needed, and that's why I think we have this plan here to think about that.
But you can give assurance to anybody who's watching this proceeding right now that that Aerocraft under this agreement would not be self-monitoring. They would merely, any monitors they had would be merely that information given to the district, and the district consider it as an overall looking at all of the monitoring data.
That is correct, but for compliance, we would be using our own monitor.
Okay, for compliance. Well, yes and no. You'll be using your own monitor, but you'll be considering anything that might be.
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay. And do you know, you're not, I know that the inspector left, but do you know, is it the plan of the district to inspect under this order all of those that have been listed, all of those measures that have been listed in 13?
I'm probably not the right person to answer that.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I don't know if anyone else had questions.
Dr. Lerner, then Ms. Bird.
Yes. I just wanted this conversation between you and our attorney. I just want to be sure, your monitor is currently downwind, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. You have no upwind monitoring in proximity to the buildings?
As I showed on the map earlier, that I can't remember which exhibit number it is, but the map that we were discussing earlier, there is monitor 11, which is located in between Anaplex and Aerocraft. It is closer to Anaplex. It is relatively close to the western fence line of Aerocraft. So there is an upwind monitor there, whether that is everything that Aerocraft would desire an upwind monitor to be. I think that's still, they would need to weigh in on that. But we do have upwind monitoring here.
Okay. Thank you.
Just one question for confirmation. There is nothing that's being proposed with temporary, permanent, whatever enclosures by the facility that would need any kind of permit from the district currently?
I think with each, again, I'm probably not the right person to say what the permitting
Okay,
requirements
so there's
are.
not,
Sorry.
I just wanted to make sure there's nothing to preclude them from actually, and you're not the one to ask.
The one thing I can say is there is one of the conditions in here regarding permitting, if any permits are needed and requiring expedited permitting, that's actually part of the order already, but the specifics on specific enclosures, I'm not the right person.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. McMillan? No? Thank you.
May be excused.
Yes. We have some documents that need to be marked. We have received an email from Lisa Lapine, sent Friday, December 16th, date stamped December 16th, and we'll mark that as Public Exhibit 5. And earlier I had marked 2 emails from Hanny Fangery, and I need to remark those in order to keep the record straight. The one that I had previously marked as Exhibit 111 should be B as in boy 1. The one I had previously marked as 112 should be B as in boy 2. We have yet another email from Hanny Fangery, sent Friday, December 16th at 10:36 a.m., date stamped December 16th. That'll be Exhibit B as in boy 3. Ms. Prusek?
Yeah. Okay, Mr. Ruiz. I wanted to go over a few more questions on the list of measures, but first of all, okay, so did you testify that most of the operations are still shut down as a result of the assessment?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And when, did you say within the next week or two will they start up? Or did you say?
I don't have any information as to when they will start up.
Okay, you don't have that information. Okay, I'm going to start with B, 13B. And this is the water quench tank systems. Is that the same as the cooling towers that were mentioned earlier, or are they separate?
Well, not necessarily. The water quench tank does have a cooling tower. And so the way that works is that it's pretty much a big swimming pool. It has 34,000 gallons of water, and that's being used to cool down a specific part. And so the way that water is cooled is that it's run through I guess it's an evaporative cooling system, but we don't treat that water for the purposes of cooling. It's just run through air in order to make sure that water is maintained at a specific temperature.
Okay, so cooling tower is different from water quench tank system.
It has a cooling system. We also have a oil quench system, and that also has a cooling tower, but that cooling tower uses a non-contact method, and it runs water through an evaporative cooling. Then there's a heat exchanger where the heat from the oil is exchanged to the water, and it goes back in the loop. And that we do have a biocide, for that system. Keeps the water from developing any impurities.
And then the water quench tank system, you said you replace the water from where? Like where's the water come from?
It was municipal. Yeah.
What is the timing? Did I miss this of E, the HEPA level filtration system rated at 99?
These engineering devices, I had an outside contractor look at it, and so it's really contingent on their response, and I've asked them to expedite their response. And once that they have their proposal and we accept it, we'll go ahead and install that. I wouldn't have a sense of time frame, a date, for example.
Do you know if it would be within weeks, months? Do you have any idea of that type of time frame?
I have a feeling that it'll be beginning January.
Okay. Okay, you mentioned K. I'm on the next page, K. This installation and maintenance of meteorological station. And you mentioned that will help to mitigate emissions or fugitive dust emissions. How does it do that?
I think if we know how the wind is picking up dust, or having any information as how to the wind, or that process affects our process, it'll be helpful. If we didn't have that wind tunnel, I think we'd react differently as to what we would propose to do. And so we're just using any piece of data we have.
Is it intended to actually help to mitigate emissions leaving the facility, or is it just to understand what's coming to that monitor?
I think a little bit of both. I know that station had a separate purpose, and so it was already installed, but we are using whatever data we have to understand how it moves and how to make sure that we prevent anything leaving the facility.
Do you have any examples of what might be done as a result of finding out the wind direction and speed to mitigate emissions?
I think that one of the things that we know is, for example, that tarp we put up, knowing that wind goes through in that direction versus having it at a different position. The tarp, I'm speaking about the tarp. We place it in a specific position because that's where we know that the dust is leaving. So if we can isolate these areas, we could act accordingly.
The tarp, I thought I understood, was to prevent the wind entering the area with the monitor, not any wind leaving the facility.
It's leaving the facility, yeah. the tarp prevents dust from leaving the
Leaving the
facility.
facility?
Yes.
Okay. I think that's it for now. Thank you.
Any further questions for Mr. Ruiz? Ms.
I just
Byrd?
had one. I know I have this somewhere. When was the actual shutdown of the facility?
We started an incremental shutdown December the 4th.
December 4. Thank you.
I have one question.
You may follow
redirect, or with regard to the aerocraft monitor that is proximate to the district's Monitor 8, how frequently does that take readings?
We are taking readings on a daily basis.
Do you know how frequently the district's readings are taken?
They replace the monitor, I believe, every third day. So yes, every third day.
Is there a benefit to reducing hexavalent chromium emissions from having the daily readings?
I think it gives us a better sense as to what operations we were running on any specific day. Given that we have so many variables, so many factors, a daily reading gives us a more precise indication as to what we did that day, and it'll allow us to, again, isolate procedures and hopefully mitigate those procedures that cause any dust emissions.
Thank you. That's all.
Any other witness?
No other witness, Mr. Chairman.
Any member of the public wishing to testify in this matter? Mr. Wong, would you care to make a closing statement?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we have presented a stipulated order for abatement that both parties approve. But we have worked very hard with aircraft, and they have worked very hard with us. I believe Ian McMillan has testified that we believe the order will be very effective. I think what's key to the order is the threshold, 1.0 nanograms, so that even if these mitigation measures they are employing aren't work as best as they can, we will still be able to determine whether there's an exceedance. So I think that is a very important key to this order. One question, though. Would you like to amend the order to include Ms. Byrd's recommendation of keeping a log? If that is true, then, and again, we'll have to have their stipulation to that, but I would suggest amending the order. I believe this will fit in nicely at paragraph 8, where we talk about the mitigation measures, and simply say something like keep a log of these activities.
Paragraph 8 on page
Page 11.
11.
And I might, friendly amendment on that,
Sure.
maintain documentation. I'm not sure if they would be recording some things electronically, other things by hand. A log infers it's all handwritten, and just, I think, documentation.
Oh, that's an excellent idea. So keep a log and maintain documents.
I would just say, not mention a log, just say maintain documentation of implementation of the measures.
That's fine.
Of measures A through
V?
V.
V is in
Or-
Victor.
Yeah.
Bruce?
Well, I am so sorry. I realized as I'm making notes that I missed a question that I had for Mr. Ruiz. If I could just ask really quickly, it's just about the total enclosure and the timing of it, because my understanding as of yesterday, from just comments made by council, that total enclosure is complete but not certified. Is that correct?
Right. So we enclosed the inspection department by adding the tarps, but it hasn't been certified.
Do you have a timing on that?
I don't have a timeline. I'm not sure what that would take, but
Okay.
yeah.
So you have not started any certification
Certification,
process
no.
or anything like that? Do you have intention of doing so?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Wong, you had finished your closing?
Yes, I have.
Mr.
And,
Tether?
Mr. Chair, could I make one further amendment to what we just added? While we would like to say that we will continue to work cooperatively with the district every day, keeping a log of all of the times that we work cooperatively with the district might be a bit much. So I'd suggest we do it A through U rather than
Okay.
A through V. We're trying to preserve trees or save trees.
Thank you.
A through U.
We have no problem with that.
Closing, Mr. Tether.
Pardon, it just takes me a lot longer than it used to write things.
I understand.
We thank you for being here today. We thank the district, as I mentioned in my opening, for working hard and staying late last night to resolve the final issue of the stipulated order for abatement. We also appreciate the opportunity this morning to present testimony about the action items or measures which are already underway. The limit in terms of operation of the facility is challenging, but we will meet it, and we appreciate opportunities along the way to present other data that could show that factors beyond Aerocraft's control might affect that reading. And we had a lot more testimony that we could have presented. I'm just trying to review it quickly in my mind, but I think I don't need to say any more except we request respectfully that you approve the order, and we will continue to work hard to implement it.
Thank you. Board members, I think there's good cause to issue this order. It appears to me that, well, I don't know how the situation got to where it is today, what the history is. I'm concerned what it might mean for other areas where there's a large number of industries. However, it appears to me that this firm, upon being apprised of a problem, appears to have jumped on it, hired a person who was dedicated to seeing to it that the firm does what is needed in order to comply with district regulations as well as other, I think he's also health and safety. I think that's all I have to say. Ms. Prusek.
I think that the allegations that, we never got into the facts, but the allegations that were in the petition with regard to Aerocraft, I thought it was a little bit concerning regarding the amounts of dust that were allegedly found in the facility. But I am very pleased to see that the list of measures that should hopefully reduce the amount of chrome coming from this particular facility are almost entirely addressing that that dust. And to hear, in response to Ms. Bird's questions, that a lot of these weren't in place, that was alarming. But to see that they are now going to be in place means that they should be very effective. The wet cleaning with HEPA vacuums, the total enclosure, hopefully soon the HEPA filtration system, all of these things look like real measures that should, and the training I think is very important, that should address the issues that that we saw presented in the petition. But I would like to say that it's concerning, some of the things we've heard about the high levels that, that this community, and in particular, we heard about some schools, have been experiencing for some time, and I'm not saying that from this particular facility or this facility alone. And so given that, the 1 nanogram, I see it as a threshold, but I'd like to see 13V really be utilized to work cooperatively with the district to see if we can get it below that. Because if we can get it below the 0.2 at that nearest resident, it would really be health protective. But I do think this is a good order, and I'm satisfied that the district is going to be doing the monitoring, even if there is allowance for showing that it's coming from a different source, which I think is fair.
Ms. Byrd?
I have to agree that this is, that I can find good cause for this order. As Ms. Prusak stated, a lot of these things appear to be housekeeping, and the measures that have been listed here in A through U either address housekeeping or some kind of detection system for backhouses, or something that can alert you in advance to the possibility of a problem occurring in the future. So I think that they will be very useful. The fact that you will be keeping track and that you will be communicating with the district will also help to keep things on track. And young man, you got an awesome job ahead of you, but it sounds like you know that, and so that's a good thing. So I can find good cause for this order.
Doctor?
I can find good cause, and I am impressed, being new to the board, and this is my first time in this very raucous and public problem with hexachromium. I am very pleased to see that you've taken a very aggressive stance in trying to clean up the mess. And I think it looks good for your community, and it looks especially good for you guys. And I hate to say this, but you didn't think at this early age you were going to become a housekeeper, but I think that is in fact what needs to be done. And you can look at my desk, you can help me out with this, it would be helpful. But I do find good cause, seriously, and wish you good luck. And please avail yourself of the district's expertise to get things straightened out early, so that when you come before us again, it's going to be a simple matter of going through data that is improving and corrections that need to be made. Thank you.
In fact, he has aged a couple of decades in the last 6 months. Okay. Ms. Prusek, did you wish?
I just want to, I do want to underscore the fact, though, that I believe that I am thankful that Aircraft did come to the table and is stipulating to an order for abatement. However, I do want to point out that it is concerning that I do think that those facilities that process metal and have these types of emissions need to be extremely responsible in how they are cleaning up the dust. And it doesn't seem that that was happening to the level that it needed to be done. So I'm glad to see that they're taking it very seriously, that they have now come to the table. But I think that these are necessary measures.
If there's no more comment, I'd like to offer a motion. Did you wish to? Okay. In the matter of Aircraft Heat Treating Company, Inc., case 60661, I move we adopt the proposed findings decision for the order for abatement stipulated. That's set forth in Exhibit 13. There is one change on page 1, and that's to delete the name of Senator Holden. And then we have, I think, 2 changes. One was Ms. Byrd's change on 11. On the first page, the date should be December 16th. Page 11, respondent shall maintain, at the end of the sentence, the lone sentence on line, that starts on line, looks like 1. Respondent shall maintain documentation of the implementation of measures A through U.
And make available upon request?
And make
Just
available
in the event that
upon
the district wants to know.
request to the district. That completes my motion. Is there a second? Dr. Lerner has seconded the motion. Discussion? Ms. Prusay?
I don't think we added the 15th and the 16th on the date. Did we do that? Oh, it was also around the 14th? That's right. I'm sorry. 14, 15, and 16.
Okay, let's change that on page 1. 14, 15, and 16, December. Discussion on the motion? Dr. Lerner, how do you, oh, you seconded it. Ms. Byrd
Yes.
and Ms. Prusay.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0. Good luck. Work hard. Continue to work hard. Mr. Wong, the district, of course, will need to follow up on the order
Correct.
with inspections to make sure that what is set forth in the order is done.
Correct, and we typically do, as I understand, with all these orders.
Okay. There's a reason I raised it, because 3 years ago, on a high-profile order, inspector did show up, observed without a copy of the order, without knowing what the order contained, made inspections, left, and nothing was said to the operator, that the operator was not following through. That was about 3 years ago.
Oh, okay, well, I
Not
hope
now.
we've learned from
Yeah.
that experience.
I continue to remain perplexed as to what we do now with respect to the fact that this is not, even though we have adopted an order for Aerocraft, we have another, not only the dose, but we have Anaplex. So are we continuing the matter, or how are we proceeding?
Yeah. If I may briefly address some points. With respect to the immediate urgency of the matter, what the,
We need the book. Go ahead.
oh, okay. The district has offered, and as you're aware, we had offered the opportunity for Anaplex to come to the table and stipulate for an order for abatement or face in the district action for a temporary restraining order. And Anaplex did not reach a stipulated order for abatement. They made some efforts, but it was not to our satisfaction. So the district is proceeding on a temporary restraining order. Nevertheless, there's no guarantee that the temporary restraining order will be issued. So the district would like to have a hearing date. Now, we understand that they made a motion of request for continuance. We had oral arguments, and the case, that motion is essentially in the hands of the hearing board, so the hearing board can rule on it. So the hearing board is free to rule on it, and certainly we would want a hearing date for the rest of the case as soon as possible, consistent with what you find for the continuance.
We're off the record. we're back on the record. We have a letter, two letters. I don't recall if we marked these. They're not, it's not marked on mine. December 13th, 2016.
I just was wondering if, since they're bait stamped as motions, that they, if they're treated similarly to petitions, or that we don't always mark.
Is that at the bottom?
What are you asking?
The bait stamp.
No, there's no bait stamp. It's just, it's similar to a petition, I imagined. Because it was filed with the clerk. Right, that's what I'm saying. Thank you.
Okay, anyway, the respondent, Anaplex, has requested a 30-day continuance. I think that's too long. Ms. Crusade?
Shall we take up the matter? I think it would be fine. I know that Anaplex is not present. However, we're in a public hearing, and we already had, as Mr. Wong indicated, oral argument, and we're not going to open it again because Anaplex is not present. So I think we can just have our deliberation and make a decision.
Deliberation on
The request.
on the request for continuance? Okay. Mr. Wong?
Well, I feel it's probably inappropriate for me to make arguments. I certainly would like to point out to the board that it's going to be dark for the next two. Well, Anaplex's attorney, if you recall, is unable to come next week, and the hearing board is dark the week after.
And we are looking at January 4th, we have MM Lopez Energy, and that might be a lengthy one. We have January 3rd, which is a Tuesday, or January 5th, Thursday available. Any preference, Ms.
I have a preference for the Thursday. I see. I hear Dr. Lerner saying Tuesday. Given my child's schedule, I don't have daycare for the Tuesday, so if possible, I would prefer Thursday.
Doctor?
This is about the continuance, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and we have nothing to do with the restraining order, do we?
Correct.
Okay, so my feeling is the continuance should be as soon as possible, consistent with everybody's schedule, immediately after New Year's Day.
Thursday, okay by you? The first Thursday after?
Yes.
Okay. And Ms.
I would
Byrd?
love it to be.
I'm sorry, are we scheduling to hear the continuance or scheduling the matter? I think the matter, right, okay.
Doesn't matter, right.
Yes.
Yeah. So, okay, we'll continue this matter to Thursday, January 5th at 9 a.m.
Just making sure we have deliberation on, and agreement on the motion that is before us to continue.
Motion. Okay, anybody want to do that?
If you want me to, I could just begin. I am, having heard the arguments and having read the points in the motion itself, I also cannot find for the 30-day continuance that has been requested. I don't. Much of the assertions that are in the motion have to do with disputing the evidence that will be heard at the hearing, and so it is an inappropriate. It's not a basis on which to actually continue the matter. I know that there was one assertion it wasn't within the points, but that there is no time for opening briefing. It seems that this particular motion actually serves as an opening brief, but regardless, it is very rare that that parties ever present opening briefs. The only things that I saw in here, that there were source test results that they received recently, that they didn't feel they had enough time. However, I think it was December 9th. Given the fact that we're dark and next week we can't hear the matter, that should be more than sufficient time. The commitment to risk reduction measures, that is not a good reason for continuance unless there were a commitment in place to those measures, and there is none. The assertion that there's a improper joinder, again, is not a reason for continuance, and the board has taken care of that to our satisfaction through bifurcation of the matter, including not allowing any evidence heard from one to be used in the other. And I don't see any other basis that makes sense to me for continuance, and they're actually getting one anyway.
There was yet another request, a supplemental objection, in a letter dated December 14th, 2016. And in it, there's a claim that that the AQMD's failure to provide the witness list specifically requested by the hearing board, Aniplex restates its request to continue this hearing for at least 30 days. I listened to most of the tape, not all of it. I did not find that a witness list was required. I did find that the exhibit list was required of the district, and the district did provide those exhibits in a timely manner. That's this one.
Right.
So I would agree that I feel there's no basis for granting the 30-day continuance. Anyone else? Okay. How about you making the motion?
I'll make it. In the matter of, let me find a caption, please. South Coast Air Quality Management District versus Aerocraft Heat Treating, Inc. and Aniplex Corp. With case number 6066-1 with respect to Aniplex, and in particular, the motion made on December 13th for a continuance of this matter of 30 days. I move that we deny that request and set the hearing to commence on January 5th, 9:00 a.m.
I'll second that motion. Discussion on the motion? Yep. Dr. Lerner, how do you vote?
I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Byrd?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0. The matter is continued to December 5th, 2017.
One just minor cleanup matter. It had been suggested that we might set out of maybe 3 months, and if we need to modify the order for abatement against Aniplex because we've learned new things, we might just have that handy just in case we need that.
Did you say for Aniplex?
I'm sorry, God. Aerocraft, the one we just issued.
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
Oh, yeah,
that?
I'm sorry. In the event, because we're learning new things as we go along, and so there may be a need just to get some more flexibility from the issued order for abatement. And so we thought it might be helpful just to set something out 3 months from now, simply in the event that we need to modify the order for abatement, we'll be able to do so fairly quickly.
I'm glad you mentioned that, because I was going to ask for a return in the order and did not do so. Thank you.
Wednesday, March 22nd is 3 months from now.
That's acceptable to me.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the date.
Oh, we're trying to set a date.
Oh, I understand. Was there a,
March 22nd.
to the best of my knowledge, that would be fine. And we appreciate the opportunity.
Okay, we can make that a separate motion.
February, March, yeah,
Okay.
more than 3 months.
Okay, then, in the matter of South Coast Air Quality Management District versus Aerocraft Heat Treating, Inc. and Aniplex with case number 6066-1 with respect to Aerocraft, I move that we set a hearing to come back to this board for status and modification on, what was the date?
March 22nd.
March 22nd.
I'm sorry, excuse me. Would it be possible to move that to the week before or the week after? Our client is based in Oregon, and that's Oregon spring break week. So in terms of just being able to try and accommodate people being with their children.
I have no problem with that. March 15th is a week earlier.
That's acceptable to the district.
That would be wonderful, thank you.
Okay.
8th of March?
I amend my motion to March 15th.
I'll second that. Discussion on the motion.
Could it possibly be a Tuesday or Thursday?
It
Of that
can.
week. The Ides of March does not seem to be a good day.
You do want it on a different day?
I would prefer, if the 15th is a Wednesday, I would prefer Tuesday or Thursday. Since that calendar area is open a little bit, we have some flexibility.
We do?
March 14th.
Actually, could we do March 16th? Thursday, a better day for me. I'm sorry.
I think that would be better for us.
Huh? Oh, you're right. Just an anticipation.
Okay. Anybody object to the 16th of March?
I amend my motion to March 16th.
I'll accept that amendment. Dr. Lerner, how do you vote?
In favor.
Ms. Byrd?
Yes.
Okay. The matter in aircraft is set for a comeback date on March 16th, 2017, and the 7th, yeah, okay. Any other business board members?
No.
Anything else? If not, we...
Just thank you again for coming down Friday, and thank you for getting me out in time for a root canal.
We are adjourned.
Happy holidays.
Happy holidays, that's right.
Happy holiday.
Is anyone entering the ugly sweater competition?
Not my thing.
Today is Beethoven's birthday.
Oh. Does Charlie Brown, or who's it that plays his